but the racist cop laughs, thinking she's powerless. Then, she flashes her Secret Service badge, and suddenly, his arrogance turns to fear. The courtroom falls silent. His career, his freedom, crumbling in seconds. He thought she was weak. He was so wrong. You will be shocked in the end. The air in the courtroom is thick with tension. The gallery murmurs in hushed tones, a low hum of anticipation and expectation. Officer Brent Walker leans back in his chair at the prosecution's table, his lips curling into a smirk. The arrogance radiating from him is palpable. He nudges his attorney, whispering something under his breath, and the two exchange a quiet chuckle. To them, this is nothing more than a formality, a slam-dunk case against a woman they believe to be powerless. At the defense table sits Danielle Carter, a poised and composed black woman, her sharp navy blue suit pressed to perfection. But beneath her calm facade, her hands are folded so tightly in front of her that her knuckles have turned white. She doesn't speak, doesn't flinch, just stares ahead, exuding a quiet strength. The judge, Honorable Rebecca Sandoval, raps her gavel against the wood, calling for order. "We will now proceed," she announces, her voice firm yet devoid of any particular interest. The district attorney, Eric Henshaw, stands, smoothing his tie as he approaches the jury box. He is smug, confident, carrying himself with the ease of a man who believes he has already won. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury," he begins, turning slightly to cast a glance at Danielle before facing them again. "What we have here is a clear case of an individual who thought she was above the law. On the night in question, Officer Walker conducted a routine traffic stop due to a broken taillight. Rather than complying like any law-abiding citizen, the defendant, Danielle Carter, became hostile and combative. She refused to cooperate and then, most shockingly, she assaulted Officer Walker, striking him in the chest. A murmur ripples through the courtroom. Walker feigns a wounded expression, shaking his head as if recalling a traumatic experience. "We will now present evidence," Henshaw continues, gesturing to the bailiff, who wheels in a monitor. A grainy dashcam video begins playing for the jury. It shows the initial moments of the stop. Danielle's car pulling over, Walker stepping out of his cruiser. His approach to her window is brisk, almost aggressive. The video crackles, audio distorted but intelligible. "License and registration," Walker demands. Danielle's voice, measured and calm, is heard. "Officer, may I ask why I've been stopped?" "I said, license and registration." Danielle hands over her documents. The video progresses. Walker suddenly reaches for the door handle, jerking the door open. Danielle tenses. Then, the footage cuts out. Static fills the screen. Henshaw doesn't seem fazed. "Unfortunately," he says smoothly, "there was a technical failure with the dashcam, but Officer Walker's testimony is clear, and his body camera footage, also unfortunately unavailable, corroborates his version of events." At the defense table, Danielle exhales softly, her fingers unclenching slightly. Tasha Mendez, her public defender, rises, adjusting her blazer. "Your Honor, this case hinges on the word of Officer Walker," Mendez argues, "and yet we have a convenient malfunction of the very footage that should tell us exactly what happened that night. The prosecution wants this jury to take Walker's account as gospel, but I intend to prove that there are serious inconsistencies in his story." Judge Sandoval barely reacts, simply nodding. "Proceed." Mendez opens her mouth to continue, but before she can, Danielle moves. She stands, smooths her suit jacket and steps forward. She reaches into her pocket and pulls out a small leather case. The room, which had been buzzing with hushed conversations and shifting feet, falls completely silent as she flips it open and holds it up for all to see. A United States Secret Service badge. Officer Walker, who had been grinning mere moments ago, freezes. The air shifts. The murmurs return, only louder, sharper, filled with shock. Danielle speaks, her voice unwavering. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Special Agent Danielle Carter of the United States Secret Service," she announces. Her eyes lock onto Walker's. "And I am here today to tell you the truth about what really happened that night." Walker swallows hard, his face paling. The confidence he wore so easily is now replaced with something else entirely. Fear. Danielle takes a slow breath before she begins speaking, the courtroom hushed in anticipation. Every eye is on her, but she is focused, unwavering. "I want to take you back to that night," she says, her voice measured yet firm. "Because the version of events you've been given is a lie." She glances at the jury, her gaze steady, before shifting her focus to the judge. "I wasn't just a random woman driving home that night. I am Special Agent Danielle Carter of the United States Secret Service, and Officer Walker knew exactly who I was. He just didn't care." A ripple of murmurs runs through the gallery. The judge quickly calls for silence. Danielle straightens her shoulders and continues. She had just finished a grueling protection detail, working back-to-back shifts, securing a high-profile diplomat's safety. She was exhausted, running on caffeine and willpower, just hoping to make it home. Then she saw the flashing red and blue lights in her rear-view mirror. Her stomach clenched. She wasn't speeding. She wasn't swerving. She didn't have any reason to be pulled over. Still, she did everything by the book. She slowed her car, put on her hazard lights, and pulled over safely. When Walker approached, his energy was hostile from the start. He barked at her to lower her window. She complied. "License and registration," he demanded. Danielle kept her hands visible as she retrieved her wallet. She produced her driver's license, but also her federal badge. "Officer, I am a federal agent. May I ask why I've been stopped?" Walker's face twisted in disdain. He barely glanced at her credentials before scoffing. "Oh, so you're one of those," he sneered. "You think this means something to me?" Danielle's gut tightened. This was bad. She had encountered officers like Walker before, ones who thrived on dominance, who saw blackness as a threat no matter the uniform or badge. She had seen how quickly situations like this could escalate. So she did what her training taught her. She stayed calm. "Officer, I'm simply trying to get home. If there's an issue with my tail light, I'd be happy to get it fixed." Walker's expression darkened. "Step out of the car." Her breath hitched, but she kept her face neutral. "Sir, am I being detained?" That's when his patience snapped. Walker yanked her car door open, reached inside, and grabbed her wrist. Danielle gasps in court as she recalls the moment, the cold, crushing grip of his fingers around her arm. The memory of him ripping her out of her vehicle, slamming her against the side of it. "Resisting arrest," he had muttered, pinning her against the metal. "I'm not resisting," she had said as evenly as she could, but her pulse pounded in her ears. Walker pressed harder. "What's wrong, Agent?" "Not used to someone putting you in your place." Gasps echo in the courtroom as she recounts his words. Walker's lawyer shifts uncomfortably. Danielle swallows hard and continues. She had been careful, so careful. She knew how quickly things could turn deadly for black people in police encounters, even those with a badge. She had worked on too many cases where things ended in tragedy. But Walker didn't care who she was. To him, she wasn't a federal agent. She wasn't a highly trained law enforcement officer. She was just another black body to control. Then came the moment she will never forget. The moment that still makes her head ache. Walker, furious that she wasn't reacting how he wanted, shoved her backward with so much force that she lost her balance. Her skull hit the pavement. Hard. Pain exploded through her head. The world blurred. Through the haze, she heard him laugh. "Not so tough now, are you?" A heavy silence falls over the courtroom as she finishes her account. The jury members shift uncomfortably, their faces troubled. Even the judge looks unsettled. And at the prosecution's table for the first time, Walker looks nervous. Danielle stands tall, her expression unwavering as the weight of the moment settles over the courtroom. The silence is deafening, thick with shock and anticipation. Officer Walker, once lounging in smug confidence, is now sitting upright, his face draining of color. He blinks at the badge in Danielle's hand as if willing it to disappear. His attorney, once so sure of their victory, leans in, whispering frantically, but Walker is too stunned to respond. Danielle takes a breath, then reaches into her briefcase and pulls out a small USB drive. "Your Honor," she says, her voice controlled but laced with quiet fire, "I submit into evidence the unedited body cam footage from Officer Walker's patrol vehicle. This footage was mysteriously unavailable until my team recovered the original files from an independent source." A hush sweeps across the courtroom. The prosecution stiffens. Walker's attorney shoots up from his chair. "Objection, Your Honor. This is highly irregular." Judge Sandoval barely looks up as she waves off the objection. "Overruled. Let's see the footage." Danielle steps back, her eyes never leaving Walker's. He shifts uncomfortably, gripping the table so tightly his knuckles turn white. The bailiff takes the USB and inserts it into the courtroom monitor. The screen flickers to life, and the real story of that night begins. The footage is grainy, but clear enough. It starts the way the dashcam footage did, Danielle's car pulling over, Walker approaching. But this time, there is no malfunction, no conveniently lost recording. Walker's voice fills the courtroom, laced with condescension and menace. "License and registration." Danielle's voice is steady. "Officer, may I ask why I've been stopped?" Walker doesn't answer. Instead, he yanks the door open, reaches inside and grabs her. Gasps ripple through the gallery. "Step out of the car, now." Danielle remains calm. She holds up her badge. "I'm a federal agent. This is my identification." Walker snatches it out of her hand and scoffs. "You think that means something to me?" He waves the badge mockingly in her face before shoving it into his pocket. More gasps. A juror shakes their head. Danielle remains professional in the video. "Officer, you are obstructing a federal agent. I am following protocol." But Walker isn't listening. He suddenly grabs her arm and slams her against the hood of her car. "You ain't a damn thing tonight." His words land like a punch in the courtroom. The camera angle shifts as Walker's body cam catches him twisting Danielle's arm behind her back, yanking her wrist upward at a painful angle. On screen, Danielle grits her teeth but doesn't fight back. "I am not resisting," she repeats. Walker laughs. "Not so tough now, are you?" He then leans in, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper. "You think anyone's gonna believe you over me?" A stunned silence grips the room. The video plays on. Walker pushes Danielle to the ground, her head hitting the pavement with a sickening crack. She groans, dazed, and then Walker turns off his body cam. The screen goes black. The moment the footage ends, chaos erupts. The jury is stunned. Some look disgusted, others furious. Murmurs break out in the gallery. Even the court stenographer has momentarily stopped typing, her fingers frozen over the keys. Walker's attorney scrambles. "Your Honor, this footage was obtained improperly. There's no way to verify its authenticity." But Judge Sandoval has had enough. She leans forward, her voice like ice. "Are you seriously suggesting that the footage of your client attacking a federal agent is somehow fabricated?" The attorney stammers, but no words come out. Judge Sandoval turns to Walker, her expression unreadable. "Officer Walker, you will remain seated while I review this evidence in its entirety. But I will say this." She narrows her eyes. "Things aren't looking very good for you." Walker shifts uncomfortably. His hands tremble slightly. For the first time, fear flickers in his eyes. Danielle, standing tall, folds her arms. She doesn't gloat, she doesn't smirk. She simply watches as the balance of power shifts. For so long, Walker had held control. Over the narrative, over the system, over the lives of people he deemed beneath him. But now he is the one under the microscope, and there's nowhere left to hide. The tension in the courtroom is now electric, the air thick with the weight of what has just been revealed. Walker, once so smug and untouchable, now looks like a man cornered. Danielle doesn't move from where she stands, but her presence is powerful. She is no longer the accused, she is the accuser, and the courtroom knows it. Tasha Mendez, who had seemed hesitant earlier in the trial, is now emboldened. The video evidence has shifted the momentum, and she is determined to expose just how deep this corruption runs. She approaches the witness stand, where Walker has been reluctantly called back to testify. His attorney is sweating, trying to control the damage, but there is no saving this. Tasha's voice is sharp. "Officer Walker, let's talk about the footage that was lost." Walker straightens, trying to regain his composure. "Technical errors happen. It wasn't intentional." Tasha tilts her head, feigning curiosity. "Technical errors? That's funny because we obtained internal department emails, ones that show your precinct actively discussing the removal of certain inconvenient footage." The prosecution's table visibly tenses. Walker's face drains of color. His lawyer jumps up. "Objection! Where is the proof of these allegations?" Tasha lifts a stack of printed emails. "Right here, and every single one is being entered into evidence." She hands them to the bailiff, who takes them to the judge. The courtroom erupts into whispers. The jury is leaning forward now, eyes fixed on the officer who just moments ago had been so sure of himself. Tasha turns back to Walker. "Would you like to revise your answer?" Walker swallows hard. Sweat beads on his forehead. He knows he's caught. Tasha presses on. "So, Officer Walker, you want us to believe that the footage malfunctioned, the body cam shut off on accident, and that your department just happened to delete records related to this case?" Walker glances at his lawyer, but there's no help coming. His voice is weaker now. I don't handle that stuff personally. The tech team..." Tasha cuts him off. "You don't handle it personally, yet here we have emails showing you directly instructing someone to make sure the footage never sees the light of day." The jury glares at Walker. He is fumbling now, no longer the arrogant man who thought he was above the law. Just as the courtroom is reeling from Tasha's evidence, the doors swing open. A man in a sharp suit strides in, his expression serious. "Your Honor, if I may have a moment of the court's time." The judge raises an eyebrow. "And you are?" The man pulls out a badge. "Ethan Caldwell, U.S. Attorney's Office." A shocked hush falls over the courtroom. Walker shifts in his seat, his breathing shallow. His lawyer looks like he might faint. Caldwell continues, stepping forward. "Given the overwhelming new evidence, the Department of Justice will be pursuing federal charges against Officer Brent Walker for obstruction of justice, falsifying evidence, and violation of civil rights under color of law." The words land like a hammer. Walker's face goes slack. The jury stares in stunned silence. Walker jerks his head toward his attorney, panicked now. You have to do something." But his lawyer just shakes his head, looking defeated. Danielle watches as it all sinks in for Walker. The realization that he is no longer the hunter, he is the hunted. A man who once laughed at the idea of consequences is now staring down the possibility of federal prison. For the first time, Walker looks small. Judge Sandoval sits in heavy silence, flipping through the newly submitted evidence with a stony expression. The courtroom is so still you could hear a pin drop, a stark contrast to the chaos that erupted only minutes ago. Finally, the judge lifts her gaze, eyes sharp and filled with fury. She picks up her gavel and slams it down once, hard. "The case against Special Agent Danielle Carter is hereby dismissed with prejudice," she announces, her voice ringing with finality. "This court finds the charges completely unfounded and rooted in clear misconduct." A beat of stunned silence. Then a wave of gasps and murmurs crashes through the courtroom. Danielle exhales slowly, her hands relaxing for the first time in hours. She is free. But it isn't over yet. Judge Sandoval turns her sharp gaze to Officer Brent Walker. As for you, Officer Walker. Walker, who had been slouching lower and lower into his chair, flinches. His lawyer shifts uneasily beside him, knowing there is no saving him now. The judge's voice hardens. You arrested a federal agent under false pretenses. You assaulted her. You mocked her credentials, ignored her rights, and then, after realizing what you had done, you engaged in a cover-up, destroying evidence, manipulating reports, and lying under oath. Walker's mouth parts, but no words come out. For the first time, he has no smug comebacks, no condescending smirks, just sheer dawning panic. Judge Sandoval continues, not letting him look away. This is a disgrace, not only to this courtroom, but to the badge you claim to uphold. Walker licks his lips, his fingers twitching on the table. Your Honor, She cuts him off. Do you have anything to say for yourself? His throat bobs as he swallows. His usual bravado is gone. Walker glances at the jury, but their faces are like stone. No sympathy, no belief in his lies. The same public that he once counted on to blindly side with him. Now they only see him for what he is. A bully. A liar. A criminal. His lips tremble as he opens his mouth, but nothing comes out. Judge Sandoval nods curtly. That's what I thought. She turns to Ethan Caldwell, the U.S. Attorney's representative, who rises from his seat. His voice is calm, but laced with steel. Your Honor, given the overwhelming evidence of obstruction, falsification of reports, and civil rights violations under color of law, the U.S. Attorney's Office will be pursuing charges against Officer Brent Walker aggressively. Walker physically jolts. His lawyer tries to object, but Caldwell doesn't even spare him a glance. At this time, we are formally recommending that Officer Walker be taken into custody pending further investigation. Gasps ripple through the gallery. Walker's face goes completely white. Custody, prison, the very system he had weaponized against others his entire career, was now turning on him. Before he can fully process it, two bailiffs move toward him. Wait! Walker stammers, his voice rising in desperation. This is crazy. I was doing my job. This is all blown out of proportion. The bailiffs don't hesitate. They reach for him, and when one of them clicks the handcuffs open, Walker jerks back. For the first time in his life, he is the one who is afraid. Danielle watches, her face unreadable. She doesn't gloat. She doesn't smile. She simply meets Walker's gaze and lets him sit in his fear. The same fear he had inflicted on countless others. The same fear he thought he would never feel. Walker's breaths come in shaky gasps. His hands tremble as the cold metal clicks around his wrists. And just like that, he is no longer above the law. He is at its mercy. The trial doesn't just make headlines. It shakes the country. News outlets across the nation broadcast the footage of Walker's arrest, the courtroom revelations, and the moment he was led away in handcuffs. The images are everywhere. A white police officer, once so certain of his power, now facing federal charges for civil rights violations. Walker is immediately stripped of his badge. His fellow officers, who once laughed at his crude jokes, now keep their distance. His precinct, desperate to avoid further scandal, issues a weak statement about upholding the integrity of law enforcement. But it's not enough. Walker is indicted. He faces years in prison for his crimes. His pension, gone. His reputation, shattered. He had spent his career believing he was untouchable. Now, he is the one behind bars. Meanwhile, Danielle Carter steps out of the courthouse, free. The cold air rushes over her, but she barely feels it. A weight that had been crushing her chest for weeks has finally lifted. Yet she knows this was never just about her. Microphones are shoved toward her face. Reporters shout questions. "Agent Carter, how do you feel now that the case is over?" She pauses, looks at the cameras, then speaks, not just for herself, but for every black person who has been unjustly targeted. "I had a badge. I had credentials, and still I was treated as less than human. What happens to the people who don't have federal identification to protect them?" A murmur ripples through the crowd. "This isn't about one bad cop," she continues. "This is about a system that allows officers like Walker to exist in the first place." She calls for police reform, real accountability, real change. Not just statements and committees, but actual laws that ensure no more lost footage, no more lies under oath, no more cover-ups. Her words go viral. Her case sparks a national conversation about racial profiling, police brutality, and the unchecked power of law enforcement. Communities rally. Activists push for policy changes. The footage from her trial is played in training seminars, in congressional hearings, in classrooms discussing civil rights. Because this wasn't just a personal victory, it was a battle won for those who never got their day in court. As Danielle walks away from the cameras, she thinks of all the names. The ones who never got justice. The ones who didn't survive. She had fought for herself, yes, but she had also fought for them. And the next time a black woman gets pulled over for a broken taillight, maybe, just maybe, she won't have to live in fear. A racist cop harasses a black woman, thinking he can intimidate her. But when he discovers she's a state judge, everything changes, and what happens next will leave you speechless. Don't miss this moment of justice. The quiet hum of Olivia Carter's luxury sedan was a stark contrast to the weight pressing on her shoulders. It had been a grueling day in court, motion after motion, defense attorneys grasping at loopholes, and victims hoping for justice. The clock on her dashboard read 10:47 p.m. She just wanted to get home, kick off her heels, and forget about the world for a few hours. But the world was not done with her yet. Flashing red and blue lights filled her rearview mirror, splashing against the darkened streets like a warning shot. The siren wailed, sharp and demanding. Olivia's heart did not race. She had been here before. Not exactly here, no, but she had faced this kind of moment too many times in her life. A black woman driving alone at night. It was enough to make her a target, no matter how many degrees she had earned, or what title adorned her office door. She signaled and pulled over, exhaling as she gripped the steering wheel. She had done nothing wrong. This was routine, a misunderstanding. Perhaps the officer had mistaken her for someone else. Yes, that was it. Surely, it had to be. Footsteps approached her window. Heavy, purposeful, a knuckle rapped against the glass, harder than necessary. Olivia rolled it down slowly, looking up into the shadowed face of Officer Doug Marshall. His hand rested casually on his holster, his stance wide, exuding the kind of power that demanded compliance. His voice was sharp, edged with a condescending drawl. License and registration.
No greeting. No explanation.
Olivia maintained her composure. "May I ask why I was pulled over, officer?" Doug smirked, tilting his head as if amused by the question. "You were driving a little slow back there. Seemed suspicious." Suspicious. The word hung between them like a trap. Olivia inhaled deeply, then reached into the passenger seat where her purse rested. She moved deliberately, knowing how easily sudden motions could be twisted into something else. As she handed over her ID and registration, she kept her eyes on Doug's face, searching for any flicker of realization, any shift in demeanor. There was none. Doug barely glanced at the documents before flicking them back into the car. Step out of the vehicle. A lesser woman might have panicked. Olivia did not. Instead, she folded her hands in her lap and spoke with measured authority. "Am I under arrest, officer?" Doug's jaw tightened. "Step out of the car." She did not move. On what grounds? Doug's irritation was visible now, a crack in his carefully curated air of dominance. "Do I need to repeat myself?" "Yes," Olivia said smoothly, but this time with a valid reason. Doug's lips curled into something between a sneer and a smirk. "Lady, I don't have to explain myself to you." The irony almost made Olivia laugh. Instead, she rested her elbow against the car door, unshaken. "Oh, actually you do. That is the law." Doug's fingers flexed over his belt. "All right, let's see what you're hiding." Before she could protest, he reached into the vehicle, popping open the glove compartment. Papers spilled onto the passenger seat, but his hand landed on something small, round, and wooden. A gavel. He pulled it out, holding it up as though he had discovered contraband. The streetlight illuminated his face as he turned to his partner, a younger officer standing a few steps behind. Doug's laugh was a sharp, cruel sound.
Well, well. What is this? A toy?
"You think you run things, lady?"
Yes.
Olivia remained silent. She did not need to say anything. Her ID had already done the talking. It was not until the younger officer hesitated, then leaned over to read the name on her identification card, that the atmosphere shifted.
His face went pale. Doug noticed. What? The younger officer cleared his throat, stiffening. Doug, you might want to take a look at that."
Doug snatched the ID back up, finally reading the bold letters imprinted at the top. For the first time since the encounter began, Doug's arrogance faltered. His grip on the gavel tightened before he quickly set it down, as if it had burned him. His mouth opened, then shut. Olivia could see it happening in real time. The unraveling. The realization that he had made a grave mistake, that the woman he had attempted to intimidate was not just another driver he could push around. Doug took a half step back, his bravado visibly shaken. But Olivia was not finished. She picked up her ID and held it between two fingers, tilting her head. "Now, Officer Marshall," she said, voice silk and steel, "shall we continue this conversation?" Long before Olivia Carter sat on the bench as a state judge, she was just a young black girl growing up in a neighborhood where justice was rarely on her community's side. The sound of sirens was not a signal of safety, but a warning. She had seen it firsthand, the way the police treated people who looked like her. She remembered the sting of watching her older brother, Marcus, pinned against the hood of a patrol car at 16 for matching a description. No apology, no accountability, just the cold reality that some people had power, and others lived under the weight of it. Her parents raised her to believe in education, to push forward despite the odds. "The law isn't just for them," her mother would say. "You can change it," and Olivia believed it. She pushed herself harder than anyone else. Straight A's in high school, a full-ride scholarship to college, and then the grueling, relentless years of law school. She was not just chasing a career, she was chasing justice. When she became a judge, she made sure no one, no matter their background, was railroaded the way she had seen growing up. She took pride in holding law enforcement accountable, making sure cases of misconduct were not swept under the rug. But tonight, in the glare of those flashing lights, she was not a judge. She was just a black woman in a car, being treated like a criminal. Her mind raced. Doug Marshall, she had seen men like him before. The way he carried himself, the way he smirked as he toyed with his authority, it was all too familiar. And now, standing before her, he was not just another officer on a power trip. He was something worse, because she knew his name. Doug had a record, a pattern of stops that disproportionately targeted black drivers. Complaints had been filed against him. Accusations of unnecessary force, of intimidation tactics, of losing body cam footage in crucial moments. But somehow, those complaints never went anywhere. The system that was supposed to check men like Doug had shielded him instead. And tonight, he thought he could get away with it again. But this time, he had pulled over the wrong woman. Olivia steadied herself, gripping her ID a little tighter. She was not just another driver to him. She was a target, but what he did not know was that he was her target too. Doug Marshall's face was a study in unraveling arrogance. His cocky smirk had evaporated, replaced by a forced casualness that did not reach his eyes. His fingers twitched at his sides, his stance shifting as if he were trying to find steady ground. The moment of power he had enjoyed was slipping away, and he knew it. "Let's just forget this happened," he said, forcing out a chuckle that lacked any real humor. "No need to make a big deal out of a simple misunderstanding." Olivia Carter did not move. She did not blink. "Officer," she said, her voice even, controlled. "Is your body camera on?" Doug's partner stiffened, his mouth parting slightly, as he hesitated. The pause was telling. His eyes flickered toward Doug, searching for guidance. Olivia caught it instantly. "Answer me," she pressed, her tone edged with steel. The younger officer swallowed hard. Yes, ma'am," he finally admitted. Olivia nodded, her grip tightening around her ID as she slowly raised it once more, ensuring both officers had no excuse not to see it this time. "I am Judge Olivia Carter of the State Superior Court. I am formally requesting that your superior officer be called to the scene. Now." Doug's jaw tightened, but he hesitated. This was no longer a simple traffic stop. His grip on the situation had shattered, and he was out of moves. His mind was likely racing, scrambling for a way to turn this back in his favor, but there was no way out. His radio crackled as his partner reluctantly made the call. Minutes passed, tension thick in the air, Doug avoiding eye contact, his body language betraying his growing frustration. Olivia remained motionless, her gaze unflinching, watching him squirm under the weight of his own miscalculation. Then, another set of headlights washed over them. A marked patrol car rolled up, and a tall, broad-shouldered man in a sergeant's uniform stepped out. His expression, upon spotting Olivia, shifted from confusion to recognition, to something resembling discomfort. Sergeant Bill Hendricks knew exactly who she was. "Judge Carter," he greeted carefully, his voice betraying none of the unease in his eyes. Olivia inclined her head slightly. "Sergeant, I assume you were briefed on why you were here." Hendricks' gaze flickered to Doug before returning to her. "A report just came through, but I would like to hear your version directly." She exhaled, folding her hands in front of her. "This officer," she said, nodding toward Doug, "initiated a traffic stop without cause, refused to state a valid reason for detaining me, illegally searched my vehicle, and handled my personal property with blatant disrespect." She paused, letting each accusation settle in before continuing. "This is a textbook case of racial profiling and an abuse of power. I am formally requesting that a full report be filed, and I will be submitting my own complaint first thing in the morning." Doug scoffed loudly, his composure cracking entirely. "Oh, come on," he barked. "You people always pull this card." The silence that followed was deafening. The young officer blanched, his gaze darting to the sergeant. Hendricks' entire body went rigid, his expression darkening. Olivia did not so much as flinch. The sergeant turned sharply. "Marshal, stand down." Doug, however, was unraveling. His face burned red, his hands clenched into fists. "I did my job," he snarled. "She was acting suspicious, sitting in her damn car like she owns the world, giving me attitude." "Enough," Hendricks snapped. His voice left no room for argument. "I will handle this." But Doug was not listening. His fury boiled over, and in an instant, his hand shot to his belt. The handcuffs were out before anyone could react, and he lunged toward Olivia. A final mistake. Before the metal could snap around her wrists, a strong arm intercepted. The young officer moved first, stepping between them, grabbing Doug's wrist with a grip firm enough to halt him mid-motion. "Doug, stop," he said, his voice shaking. "This is done." Doug's chest heaved, his breath ragged with rage. But it was over. His fate was sealed. Sergeant Hendricks' voice cut through the night like a blade. "Marshal, hand over your badge and weapon. You are relieved of duty pending investigation." Doug froze. His eyes darted wildly between Hendricks, Olivia, and the young officer still gripping his wrist. Reality was finally sinking in. He had lost, and Olivia Carter, steady as ever, did not even have to raise her voice. Doug Marshall strode into the precinct the next morning, with his usual smug confidence. The events of the night before were just an inconvenience, a minor setback. He had seen complaints before, filed, processed, and conveniently buried. Nothing ever came of them. His department had his back. As he walked through the halls, officers glanced at him, some avoiding eye contact, others whispering. Doug brushed it off. They had all seen him chew out civilians before. They knew how this worked. It would blow over. It always did, but when he reached the chief's office, something felt off. The door was slightly ajar. Inside, voices murmured, low, serious tones. He knocked once and stepped in, fully expecting a perfunctory lecture and a slap on the wrist. Instead, he froze. Sitting across from the chief, her presence commanding even in silence, was Judge Olivia Carter. She did not turn when he entered. She did not even acknowledge him. She was too focused on the files spread across the chief's desk. His files. Doug's stomach twisted. The chief, an older man with graying temples, leaned back in his chair. His expression was unreadable, but the tightness in his jaw betrayed the severity of the moment. "Marshal," he said, his voice clipped. "Have a seat." Doug hesitated. The air was thick, suffocating. His bravado faltered just for a second, before he forced himself to sit down, crossing his arms as if that could shield him from what was coming. "What is this?" Doug demanded, nodding toward Olivia. "Why is she here?" The chief didn't answer right away. Instead, he let Olivia be the one to break the silence. "I was reviewing your history, Officer Marshall," she said calmly, finally, lifting her eyes from the file. "It is extensive." Doug scoffed. "Oh, come on. What? A few traffic stops. Some entitled folks mad because they got pulled over." Olivia slid one of the reports forward. 32 excessive force complaints in 5 years. 17 cases of racial profiling allegations. Multiple reports of illegal searches. Misplaced body cam footage. Do I need to continue? Doug's nostrils flared. "I do my job. I go after criminals." "You abuse your power," Olivia interrupted, her voice like a blade, sharp, precise, cutting through his excuses. Doug turned to the chief. "This is ridiculous. You are really going to let her do this?"
"She set me up."
The chief exhaled slowly, his expression unreadable. "No, Marshal," he said, his voice heavy with finality. "She did not set you up. You did this to yourself." Doug's face twisted with rage. He turned back to Olivia, pointing an accusatory finger. "This is personal. You just want to make an example out of me." "I was doing my damn job." Olivia finally stood. She did not raise her voice. She did not need to. "No," she said simply. "You exposed yourself." The room went silent. Doug opened his mouth to argue, but there was nothing left to say. The weight of his own record, his own unchecked behavior, had finally caught up to him. The chief leaned forward, his tone firm, unwavering. "Effective immediately. You are suspended pending investigation. Hand over your badge and weapon." Doug's breath came fast and shallow. He looked between them, as if expecting someone to intervene, to save him. But no one did. With shaking hands, he unclipped his badge and placed it on the desk. His gun followed. He pushed his chair back roughly as he stood, his face dark with anger. Before he walked out, he cast one last glare at Olivia. "You think this changes anything?" he hissed. "You think you have won?" Olivia did not blink. "This is not about winning," she said. "It is about justice." Doug stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The chief sighed, rubbing his temples. Olivia gathered her things, giving the older man a knowing look. "This is just the beginning," she said. And with that, she walked out, leaving the weight of justice behind her. Doug Marshall's career was over. By the end of the week, the department released an official statement. Officer Marshall had been removed from duty, pending formal charges related to multiple counts of misconduct. The once untouchable cop, who had spent years terrorizing the very people he was meant to protect, was now just another disgraced officer, facing the consequences of his own actions. The precinct halls, which once echoed with his overconfidence, now carried a different energy. Some officers whispered about him in passing. Some shook their heads, as if he had been unfairly taken down. But others, especially the younger recruits, seemed relieved. His reign of unchecked power had ended. And yet, Olivia Carter knew this was just one battle, in a much larger war. She stood outside the precinct, watching the world continue, as if nothing had changed. A warm breeze carried the scent of the city, coffee shops opening, distant car horns,
the chatter of pedestrians moving through their routines. Life went on. A familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. Judge Carter. She turned to see the young officer from that night. His stance was stiff, his hands fidgeting at his sides. He looked different now, less nervous, more resolute. I just wanted to say, thank you. His voice was hesitant, as if unsure whether gratitude was appropriate. Olivia gave him a measured look. For what? He exhaled, shifting on his feet. For calling it out, for not letting it slide. His eyes flickered with something deeper. Relief, maybe even regret. I should have said something sooner. I saw him do things before, things that were not right, but I told myself it was not my place. Olivia studied him for a moment, then nodded. But that night, you did the right thing. He swallowed hard. I was scared. That is what courage is, Olivia said gently. Doing the right thing, even when you are afraid. He looked at her then, truly looked at her, and she could see the shift happening in him. Thank you, Judge, he said again, this time with more certainty. She did not need to say anything else. She just gave him a nod, and walked away. A few days later, Olivia sat on the bench in her courtroom, her gavel resting within reach. The case before her was a civil suit against another officer, accused of excessive force. It was different from what had happened to her, but the pattern was all too familiar. The plaintiff, a young black man, sat across from the defense, his hands folded tightly together, as if holding himself together. His mother sat beside him, her face a mask of quiet resilience. The defense attorney spoke, trying to paint the officer's actions as justified. Olivia let him finish, then leaned forward. Tell me, she said, her voice steady, filling the courtroom. If the roles were reversed, if this young man had used the same force against an officer, would you be arguing the same? Silence. A shift. The system was not perfect. Olivia knew that better than anyone. But tonight justice had won, and it would keep winning as long as people like her refused to stay silent. She picked up her gavel. This court is in session. What would you do if you were in Olivia's shoes? Let us talk about it in the comments.
They laughed, rolled their eyes, and made racist jokes about the black delivery woman struggling with their fragile shipment. Careful now, wouldn't want you to break something you can't afford, one sneered. But when she calmly reached into her pocket, pulled out a company ID, and set it down on the counter, the entire room went silent, because they had just insulted the most powerful person in the entire building. And now, she was the one giving orders. The air inside Carter Enterprises headquarters was crisp with artificial coolness, the kind that made everything feel just a little too perfect, the kind that made people forget that outside these towering glass windows, a different world existed. Inside, the employees moved like they belonged there, polished, privileged, and self-assured. The reception desk, a sleek marble monolith, was manned by a bored assistant, scrolling through her phone. And at that moment, a new presence entered the room. A black delivery woman stepped in, a large package balanced in her arms. The box was clearly fragile, labeled with bright red warnings, but it was bulky, awkward. She adjusted her grip, carefully maneuvering past the sleek leather chairs and the designer-clad employees who barely spared her a glance. And then, the whispers started. A group of executives near the water cooler exchanged smirks. A junior associate chuckled under his breath, nudging his co-worker. Then came the comments. Hope you don't drop that. Probably costs more than you make in a year. A little heavy for you? Should we call someone stronger? She's probably late too. They always are. The assistant at the reception desk barely looked up as she sighed dramatically and held out a clipboard. Sign here. And next time, take the back entrance. Deliveries don't come through the front. The room filled with quiet laughter, the kind meant to sting without being outright cruel. But Maya Carter didn't flinch. She didn't roll her eyes. She didn't argue. Instead, she set the package down on the counter and reached into her pocket. Click. A smooth black ID card hit the marble surface with an audible slap. It was the kind of badge that didn't belong to a delivery worker. Not here. At first, no one reacted. Then, one of the executives leaned forward, eyes narrowing at the name on the card. And suddenly, the smiles vanished. The blood drained from the assistant's face as she stared at the words printed in bold silver letters. Maya Carter, CEO and majority shareholder, Carter Enterprises. Mark Reynolds, the senior manager who had been leading the mockery, opened his mouth, then closed it. Another executive stammered, "Wait, this must be a mistake." But it wasn't. Maya slowly, deliberately picked up her ID, slid it back into her pocket, and then looked each of them in the eye. Her voice, calm and unshaken, cut through the silence like a blade. "So this is how you treat people when you think they don't matter?" Not a single person could answer. And now Maya was the one giving orders. The silence in the room was thick, suffocating. A moment ago they had been laughing at her, belittling her, dismissing her. Now their mouths were dry, their palms sweaty, their minds racing to make sense of what had just happened. Mark Reynolds, the senior manager who had led the jeering, cleared his throat awkwardly. "Miss Carter, we didn't realize—" Maya tilted her head slightly, unimpressed. "Didn't realize what?" she asked, her voice smooth as silk. "That the person you were mocking had power, that suddenly your words mean something now." Mark's jaw clenched. He knew he had screwed up, but he wasn't used to being the one scrambling for control. The receptionist, who had barely looked up before, was now stiff as a statue, horror dawning in her eyes. The junior associates who had giggled along with the jokes were desperately avoiding eye contact. Maya let the moment stretch before she finally spoke again. "You don't have to answer. I already know." She reached for the package, the same one they had mocked her for carrying, and easily lifted it again. "Let's take a walk." As she moved through the office, the weight of her past pressed against her like a second skin. Maya hadn't always been the woman who commanded a billion-dollar company. She had grown up in a neighborhood where success stories were rare, and opportunities even rarer. Her parents had worked themselves to exhaustion just to make sure she had a shot at something better. And she had taken that shot, graduating at the top of her class, earning a business degree, and clawing her way up the ranks in an industry that never expected her to succeed. She had started Carter Enterprises from nothing, turning a small logistics startup into a corporate powerhouse. She had built this company brick by brick, and yet, somehow, even within the walls of her own empire, racism and entitlement had taken root. And now she had seen it for herself. Maya had heard whispers, complaints from lower-level employees about discrimination, reports of a culture problem in certain departments, an anonymous email saying, "If you weren't the owner, you wouldn't last a day here." So she had done something no CEO would ever do. She went undercover. No cameras, no assistants, no corporate entourage, just herself, a uniform, and the truth. And in less than 1 hour, she had already seen the problem firsthand. Maya led the group through the pristine glass-walled office spaces, the same ones she had worked years to build. Mark followed, his usual arrogance replaced with unease. "Miss Carter, She held up a hand. The sheer authority in that small gesture shut him up instantly. When they reached the main conference room, Maya set the package down carefully, then turned to face them. "I built this company to be different," she said, her voice steady. "I built it so people wouldn't have to fight to be respected in their own workplace. But clearly, somewhere along the way, things have gone wrong." A few employees shifted uncomfortably. Others looked down at the floor, suddenly fascinated by their shoes. "Tell me something," she continued, her gaze locking onto Mark. "If I hadn't walked in here today, would this have happened to someone else? Would you have treated them the same way?" Mark hesitated. His face twitched with the urge to lie, to cover himself, but he knew there was no good answer, because the truth was obvious. The air in the room grew heavier, and Maya? She wasn't done yet. The weight of Maya's question hung in the air, suffocating. Mark opened his mouth to speak, then shut it again, his usual smooth arrogance replaced with something raw and uncertain. Maya's gaze never wavered. She wasn't here for stammered excuses. She wasn't here for empty apologies. She was here for the truth, and she could see it all over their faces. The receptionist, who had barely looked up when she first entered, suddenly straightened her posture as if good manners could erase the past 5 minutes. "Miss Carter, I didn't mean anything by it. It was just a misunderstanding. A junior executive, one of the men who had laughed along, chimed in quickly, desperate to separate himself from the sinking ship. Yeah, Mark was the one who... Maya held up a single hand, and all sound died instantly. Don't waste my time blaming each other. Her voice was calm, too calm, the kind of calm that preceded an earthquake. I want to know something else. She turned slightly, scanning the faces of every employee who had been in the room when the mockery happened. When you saw me struggling with that box, how many of you saw a person? Not a worker, not someone beneath you, but a person. Silence. A few people swallowed hard. A few looked down at the table, but nobody spoke, because they all knew the answer. And Maya did too. Mark forced a chuckle, trying to regain some of his usual confidence. Miss Carter, let's not blow this out of proportion. This was just some harmless joking among colleagues. No offense was intended, really. Maya's eyes narrowed. Tell me something, Mark. Would you have made those same jokes if I had walked in here wearing this? She reached into her pocket again and flashed her CEO ID badge. Mark's smirk faltered for just a second, but Maya caught it. That's what I thought. She took a slow step forward, and Mark instinctively took a step back. You don't joke like that when you think someone has power over you. You only do it when you think you're safe, when you think the person you're mocking has no voice, no consequences to give you. The room was dead silent now. Mark's face reddened, and Maya saw the flicker of something in his eyes. Not regret, but resentment. He wasn't sorry for what he did. He was sorry he had been caught. And that only fueled her next move. Before Mark could try another excuse, a new voice broke the silence. Miss Carter, this isn't just about today. Everyone turned. A young black woman, Lisa, stood near the edge of the room, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. She was one of the few black employees in this department, and Maya had noticed her flinching at every microaggression earlier. Lisa hesitated, then steeled herself and continued. This is just how it is here. If you don't fit the mold, you're ignored at best and ridiculed at worst. I've been here 2 years, and I've watched people like Mark and his friends decide who gets promoted and who gets left behind. Maya's jaw tightened. And who usually gets left behind? Lisa took a shaky breath. People who look like me. Murmurs rippled through the room. A few people exchanged nervous glances. Others shifted uncomfortably, but nobody denied it. And that was all the confirmation Maya needed. Maya exhaled slowly, as if she had given them all one last chance to say something, anything, that might redeem them. But when nobody did, she reached into her jacket pocket, pulled out a small, sleek device, and pressed a button. The room erupted with sound. Their own voices played back to them. The racist jokes, the laughter, the sneers, everything they had said when they thought they were safe. Some employees went pale. One man covered his mouth in horror. The receptionist looked like she might faint. Mark, however, went stiff, his jaw clenched, his entire body tensed like a cornered animal. And for the first time, Maya saw real fear in his eyes. She pressed pause. The silence that followed was deafening. So tell me, Mark. Maya's voice was sharper now, more direct. Still think this was just harmless joking? Mark didn't answer. He couldn't, because he knew what came next. And this time, there was nowhere left to hide. Mark stood frozen, his lips parted slightly as if he wanted to say something, anything that could save himself. But what could he say? The evidence was right there, playing in his own voice. Maya let the moment stretch, watching as the weight of their own words settled over the room like a thick, choking fog. You see, she finally said, her tone eerily calm. I didn't come here today looking for trouble. I came here looking for the truth. Her eyes locked onto Mark, then slowly scanned the rest of the employees. And the truth is worse than I thought. Mark's hands curled into fists, his face burning red. Miss Carter, please. The receptionist piped up nervously, her voice high-pitched and shaky. It was just a misunderstanding. We didn't mean any harm. Maya arched an eyebrow. Didn't mean any harm? She gestured toward Lisa, who still stood near the doorway, shoulders tense, eyes filled with a lifetime of silent battles. Tell that to every employee who's been passed over, disrespected, or forced to shrink themselves just to survive in this company. A few of the employees lowered their heads. Others remained stiff, unwilling to admit fault. But then, Lisa took a step forward. "Miss Carter, it's not just this office. It's everywhere." Maya's gaze snapped to her. "What do you mean?" Lisa hesitated, but then a spark of courage lit in her eyes. "Ever since I started here, I've seen it. Black and brown employees being pushed to the side, passed over for promotions we deserve, getting cut off in meetings while our ideas are taken by someone else, HR doing nothing when we report it. And if we speak up," Lisa let out a dry, humorless laugh, "we're called too aggressive, not a culture fit, difficult to work with." A heavy silence filled the air. Maya's fingers curled slightly against the edge of the conference table. She had built Carter Enterprises to be a company that valued diversity, that gave people a fair shot, that didn't tolerate this kind of discrimination. And yet, it was happening, right under her nose. Lisa exhaled shakily, then looked Maya dead in the eye. "If you hadn't walked in here as a delivery worker, you never would have seen it. You would have gotten the same polished smiles, the same fake respect." A harsh truth, one Maya couldn't ignore. She turned back to the rest of the room. "Is that true?" she asked, her voice like ice. "This culture I just witnessed, how deep does it go?" No one answered, but their silence was answer enough. Mark, still trying to salvage something from the wreckage, forced a stiff chuckle. "Miss Carter, we don't have a culture problem. It's just a few misunderstandings, a few misplaced jokes." Maya's head tilted slightly. "A few?" Her tone was deceptively soft. "Dangerous. Well, that's funny," she continued, reaching into her bag again. Mark visibly tensed. She pulled out a thin black folder, then opened it, revealing pages upon pages of internal complaints, anonymous reports, HR filings, emails from employees describing the very behavior she had just experienced firsthand. "Because according to these," Maya said smoothly, "it's been happening for years." The room collectively inhaled. Mark's face went from red to ghostly pale. The receptionist visibly swallowed. One of the junior executives took a step back, as if trying to physically distance himself from the inevitable fallout. Maya slowly closed the folder, then placed it on the table with a soft thud. "So now," she said, leaning forward slightly, "I have to ask myself, what do I do with this information?" Mark finally broke. "Miss Carter, please," he stammered. I've been a loyal employee for years. You can't just—" Maya held up a single finger. "Shh." Mark immediately went silent. Then, with calm, absolute authority, she said, "I can do whatever I want." And just like that, the power had shifted forever. The weight of Maya's words crushed the room like a collapsing ceiling. Mark swallowed hard, his usual smug confidence shattered into something desperate and raw. Lisa, standing near the door, exchanged a knowing glance with Maya, a silent confirmation that finally, someone in power was listening. But listening wasn't enough. Maya took a slow breath, then straightened. "Here's what's going to happen." Her tone was measured, controlled, but beneath it was pure, unshakable authority. "As of this moment, an internal audit is being launched. Every single discrimination complaint that's been ignored. I want them on my desk by the end of the day." A low murmur rippled through the room. The receptionist shifted uncomfortably, looking toward Mark, as if waiting for him to intervene. But Mark looked like a man on a sinking ship. "Miss Carter," he started, his voice suddenly softer, oily with false humility. "Let's be reasonable. You're talking about shaking up the entire company over one misunderstanding." Maya's head tilted slightly, her gaze sharpening. "One misunderstanding." She reached out and tapped the folder of complaints on the table. "This isn't one misunderstanding, Mark. It's a pattern, a culture, a disease growing inside my company." She stepped closer, lowering her voice just slightly. "And if you think I'm about to ignore it, then you don't know me at all." Mark's last attempt to save himself. Mark's jaw tightened. He was losing control, and he knew it. So he tried a new tactic. "Miss Carter," he said smoothly, stepping forward, lowering his voice like they were suddenly old friends. "I've been with this company for years. I know how things work, and I know how messy situations like this can get." He forced a chuckle, trying to regain his composure. Let's not blow this out of proportion. Let's talk. Just you and me. Behind closed doors. I'm sure we can figure something out. A last-ditch effort. An unspoken bribe. But Maya didn't flinch. If anything, her eyes darkened. Behind closed doors, she repeated, her voice like a blade. Mark blinked. The moment he realized his mistake was the moment he knew he was done. Maya turned, walking slowly back toward the head of the conference table. Then she pressed a button on the sleek black panel embedded in the table's surface. The intercom activated, and across every floor of Carter Enterprises headquarters, her voice boomed through the speakers. Attention, all employees. A shiver ran through the room. Effective immediately, there is a full investigation being launched into workplace discrimination and misconduct. Any employee found engaging in racist, sexist, or unethical behavior will be dealt with accordingly. A few gasps echoed in the distance. Phones were already vibrating with incoming texts. Mark? He was deathly silent, because he knew he was first on the list. The beginning of the end. Maya turned back to Mark, her voice quieter now, but even more dangerous. You wanted to speak behind closed doors. She leaned in just slightly. You don't deserve closed doors. Mark's breath hitched. The room wasn't just Maya's anymore. Now, the entire company was watching. Mark's face was pale, his breathing uneven. The entire company had heard Maya's announcement. Every employee, every department, from the lowest intern to the board of directors. There was nowhere left to hide. The junior executives who had laughed earlier were already stepping away from him, distancing themselves like rats abandoning a sinking ship. The receptionist, who had smirked as she dismissed Maya earlier, now stood frozen, her hands trembling as she clutched a pen. But Mark wasn't going down without a fight. You can't just do this, he hissed, his voice low but laced with rage and desperation. You're putting the entire company at risk. Maya raised an eyebrow, utterly unfazed. You think I built this company just to let people like you poison it? Mark's hands curled into fists. Miss Carter, he growled, his fake professionalism slipping away entirely. I've been a key player in this company's success for years. I have relationships, connections. If you try to take me down, I'll make sure people turn against you. Maya let out a slow, measured breath. Then she reached into her bag and pulled out a sleek USB drive. Mark stilled instantly. His face blanched. You recognize this, don't you? Maya said smoothly. Mark's eyes darted to the drive, then back to her face. You don't have anything on me, he spat. But his voice wavered. Maya's lips curled into a slow, knowing smile. See, that's the thing about power, Mark. The people who abuse it. She twirled the USB between her fingers, letting the moment stretch. They always think no one is watching. Then, she placed the USB drive on the conference table. This, she said, tapping it lightly, contains every unethical hiring decision you've made, every email where you pushed out qualified employees of color, every report that HR conveniently misplaced. Mark's breath hitched. Maya leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping to a whisper. Your secrets? They're not secrets anymore. Mark's composure snapped. You think you're better than me? He snarled, stepping closer. For the first time, his true colors bled through completely. You think you can just walk in here and humiliate me? Do you know how many people here actually respect me? I built this damn department. You were just the money behind it. Gasps rippled through the room. A few employees instinctively stepped back. Maya. She didn't even blink. You built it, she repeated, her voice a quiet, simmering storm. I own it. Then, she turned toward the HR director, who had just rushed into the room, his face tense with panic. How long would it take to process a termination request? She asked, her voice cold as steel. The HR director hesitated. Well, technically, effective immediately, she interrupted. Mark staggered back, his mouth opening in shock. You can't just fire me like this. Maya tilted her head. Oh, Mark. Her voice dripped with finality. Watch me. The HR director hesitated for only a second before nodding. Understood, Miss Carter. He reached for a folder and, in a swift, deliberate motion, placed Mark's termination papers in front of him. Mark stared at the papers like they were a death sentence. Because, in a way, they were. He had spent years thriving in this toxic culture, thinking he was untouchable. And now, it was all over in a matter of minutes. Maya crossed her arms. "Sign the papers, Mark." Mark looked up at her, hatred burning behind his eyes. But he saw it now. The fight was over. With a hand that shook with rage, he snatched the pen and scrawled his signature across the page. The second the ink dried, Maya picked up the USB and pocketed it. "Security will escort you out." Mark let out a bitter, humorless laugh. "This company won't survive without me, you know." Maya just smiled. "Oh, I think we'll be just fine." And as Mark was dragged out of the office, his career in ruins, Maya turned back to the employees, still standing in the conference room. "Anyone else want to test me?" Not a single person spoke, because they all knew. The old way of doing things was over. The doors slammed shut behind Mark as security escorted him out of the building. His footsteps faded into nothing, swallowed by the weight of his downfall. Inside the conference room, the remaining employees stood frozen, as if still processing what had just happened. The room that once dripped with arrogance and entitlement now felt like a crime scene. The perpetrators had been caught, exposed, and sentenced. And now, it was time to rebuild. Maya turned toward the HR director, her expression unreadable. "You're going to conduct a full audit of every department," she instructed, her tone leaving no room for argument. "I want a report on every instance of workplace discrimination, every overlooked promotion, every hiring bias." The HR director, who had once conveniently ignored these issues, nodded quickly, his forehead already beading with sweat. "Yes, Miss Carter. We'll get started right away." Maya's eyes flickered with warning. "See that you do. And if I find out that anyone tried to cover anything up," she let the silence stretch, letting the unspoken threat linger. "Well, you just saw what happens to people who think they're untouchable." The HR director swallowed hard, then practically ran out of the room. Just as Maya turned to leave, a soft voice broke through the tension. "Miss Carter." Maya turned. Lisa stood there, hands clenched at her sides. But this time, she wasn't nervous. She wasn't holding back. "What happens next?" Lisa asked. It wasn't just about Mark. It wasn't just about today. It was about every employee like her who had been ignored, belittled, or told to stay silent. Maya studied her for a long moment. Then she walked over and did something no CEO had ever done in that office before. She handed Lisa a folder. Lisa took it hesitantly, then glanced at the title. Carter Enterprises Leadership Development Program. New candidate selections. Her eyes widened. "I need new leaders in this company," Maya said, her voice steady. "Leaders who understand what it's like to be overlooked, to be underestimated, to fight twice as hard for the same opportunities." Lisa stared at the folder like it was a lifeline. "You're giving me a chance?" Maya smiled for the first time that day. "I'm giving you what you already earned." Lisa exhaled shakily, nodding. "Thank you, Miss Carter. I won't waste it." Maya gave her a knowing look. "I know you won't." Word spread quickly through the company. Mark's firing went public. His network of friends in high places? They cut ties instantly. Other executives resigned before they could be investigated. Those who stayed knew the rules had changed. Diversity and inclusion programs were no longer optional talking points. They were now core business priorities. The entire culture of Carter Enterprises shifted overnight. Employees who had once walked on eggshells now stood taller. The company thrived, not despite the changes, but because of them. And at the top of it all, Maya Carter, no longer just the CEO. Now, she was the symbol of what happens when justice finally arrives. A week later, Carter Enterprises felt like a different place. The tension that had once suffocated the hallways was gone. The hushed whispers of exclusion and quiet oppression had faded into the past, replaced by something new, something stronger: respect. Maya walked through the office, watching as employees, all employees regardless of background, spoke with confidence in meetings, took up space they had once shrunk away from, and worked in an environment where they no longer had to second-guess their worth. She paused near the front desk, the same spot where she had been dismissed and mocked just days ago. The receptionist, a different one now, the previous having resigned under immense pressure, stood abruptly, her face flustered. "Miss Carter, Can I help you with anything? Maya's lips curved slightly. Number just making sure things are running the way they should. As she turned to leave, Lisa caught up with her, clutching a neatly organized binder. Miss Carter? Maya raised an eyebrow. Yes? Lisa exhaled sharply, then smiled. A real, unburdened smile. I just wanted to say, I think people see the company differently now. Because of you. Maya let the words settle before responding. Not because of me, Lisa. Because of all of us. It just took someone willing to shake the foundation. Lisa nodded, her grip tightening around the binder filled with the future she never thought she'd have. As Maya walked toward the exit, she glanced at the front counter one last time. The same place where they had laughed at her, where they had thought she was nobody. And now they would never forget her name. As she pushed the door open, the final words echoed in her mind. Words that would define this company from this day forward. Respect isn't given by a title. It's proven through actions. And today, they learned that lesson the hard way.